Hello, Xavier. Nice to see you. Lemonsy, how's it going? We are not doing Advent of Code this morning. Gonna get a new terminal in here. Hello, Paul the Man. How's it going? See if I can remember. Yeah, there we go. Cool, everything runs. That's great. It's going great. And you? First day of school vacation? Nice. Nice. I've been doing Advent of Code all month. And last night, my brain just couldn't focus on it. So I didn't finish it yesterday. We're going to go to Bevy docs. Let's do this as well. Something worth noting this morning. I don't know if I have the link ready. Avian 2D shipped 0.2 this week. Doesn't look like they've put the announcement post in the README, though. Waiting for the new AOC video. Yeah, sorry. Today's is going to be delayed. Yeah, I don't know. I was working on it last night. I was looking at it. The problem is so much of the same stuff we've been doing for the rest of the puzzles, and it's just time intensive to do, and it's got so many rules that you need to write, and my brain just didn't find it interesting, and thus I was just sitting there staring at the screen, and I went, wow, it's getting late. I am going to choose to go to bed so I can get up for stream. So today's will come at some point, but not this morning. What just happened to my mouse? I feel like there are ports on my computer that like don't accept as many USB devices. And if I happen to be plugged into one of those, then it doesn't work well. So Avian 0.2 is out. I don't think Bevy Tenua is out for Avian specifically. I didn't actually check. But we would need this to have gotten a release. Oh, 14 hours ago. 14 hours ago sounds like we could upgrade. Except for the fact that the docs didn't build. This seems to be like a constant problem with crates.io or docs.rs lately. I noticed that like a lot of the Bevy crates are having issues with releases where the docs don't build. 14 hours ago, it doesn't get any fresher than that. It does get fresher than that. You can use PRs that people put up as you're streaming, which we've done before. I assume that the APIs didn't change too much, so we could upgrade. I don't know that I want to on stream. You're creating a social physics engine on top of Bevy. Huh. I don't know what that means. You mean like a party game lobby kind of vibe? Let's move this desktop. So the game currently is this. We don't have any controller input yet, but you can move in a bunch of different directions. You can pick up boxes. We don't have a limit on how far you need to be away to pick up boxes. So I was thinking today we would do something around the throwing of the boxes, which also means that we need to do something around camera control, I think. The camera's a little bit low. I think we have roughly two options. Right, so you can do pickups from anywhere, like that far away, and everything goes in, so you can pick up as many things as you want, which is not exactly what I want to do either. Those boxes feel like a bit of AOC box pushing. Social physics is plausible NPCs and socially interacting. Interesting. And then there's the problem where if you get the calculation wrong, which the boxes for with like the dark borders are placed correctly and whatnot and handled correctly, but the other cube is just like a scale cube that was in the scene, which has a collider, which definitely absolutely randomly collides with the mesh that we are running around with as a player. If that red line is field of view, how that figure walks backwards but the red line goes forwards. I don't think that the player... Well, that's an open question, right? The control scheme issues will impact kind of what happens, like which direction you face. This is the current Blender scene that we have. These boxes are all instances of a cube, etc., etc. Your side tangent is Factorio, kind of programming in game, right? Yeah, exactly. It is. This is not what I need on stream right now. That's the release notes for Bevy ECS tile map that I need to finish and then tell everybody about. And that needs to happen later today. Bevy ECS tile map 0.15 is actually already published. I just wanted to do a little bit of benchmarking and stuff. It seems like we got significantly faster, at least according to like the bench example that we have and stuff like that. You love the Blender Bevy integration. You hope that matures over time. Yeah, Blenvy. We'll see. I do really like a lot about it. I think for our project here, we're not currently using it because it doesn't have a 0.15 release. So I don't know exactly what we're going to do. That's the other thing we could do today to start working with some glTF extras. Blenvy does kind of a fancy version where you dump out the registry from Bevy, you read that into Blender, you use that registry information to build a UI, you can click stuff in the UI, and then it exports back to Bevy. And it's really nice. There are some things that I don't particularly love about it in terms of like the loading of glTF files and stuff. But it all works really nicely and it's great. It's still technically an alpha. But the other thing we can do is have glTF extras, which can just be like attached to anything. And my understanding is that we can put these on anything inside of Blender. So for example, we don't need a fancy UI because if we put rigid body static on something, then we should be able to, when we spawn it, run a generic loop or a hook or something like that, and just have everything be processed. glTF extras from Blender can become very complicated very quickly. Yeah. Yeah, my thought was basically try to keep it as simple as possible and just label components and stuff. But I don't know that that's what we're going to work on today because it's not super important. It just will clean up this function specifically. Where is that? Where we observe on the scene instance ready, and the scene instance ready basically does a bunch of look into the scene, find the name of something, attach a collider, and etc. Things like that. So I feel like a bunch of this stuff should be happening in a more generic way rather than repeatedly looking for the names of things as we define them in Blender. And then there's also like somebody was just asking about how something moves backwards, and it doesn't. It just turns to move forward or whatever. I want to make this, I think, camera location based. So like this is just downward right now, and this is just forward. So I want to hook the rotation of the camera up to the mouse. I want to hook the rotation of the camera up to the mouse, I think. Like I was saying, we have kind of like two options in my mind right now. We can either basically always be looking at the back of the character like this, and then the mouse moves the camera rotation-wise around, or we can do something a little bit more like a Mario level, in which case the cameras would be, I don't want to say static, but they would be like placed, right? And I think it would be a little bit harder to throw things in that case, right? Like it's not impossible. Pick up, not pick up lines, Mario pick up item. Maybe I don't look at, I'm always nervous about searching images and stuff on my main monitor. Let's see. So this is the other thing. A lot of the games that do pickups like this do pickups like in front of the character, not on top of the character, which I think makes it a little bit easier because then you get a visual for where it's going to go. Let's see. You can add custom properties in Blender and then export them as glTF extras easy. But if you want a custom property, not a float or a vec or something simple, and a custom property, you have to make a Blender plugin to add the structure as a Blender property. For more complicated stuff, you would need to write a plugin for the glTF export plugin. So a plugin for a plugin. Don't ask me how I know this. I still have nightmares. Yeah, I am not planning on writing a glTF plugin today. So I think some of these are interesting. I think right now what we do is place the box over your head. And I feel like it depends on what. Right now I'm thinking about like throwing things forward, right? So there's basically one mechanic, which is picking stuff up and either putting it down or throwing it. Putting things down is easier with a grid, or if it doesn't matter and it's already in the position. Knowing where to throw things is either is either easier with like a Fortnite control system or something where you have the item in front of you. Link bomb flower. Can we open this image in a new tab? Yeah. Let's just make this full screen. I don't know why it's down like that. So we've got the link approach. Pull thing over your head, throw thing forward. Then I think Link kind of has a targeting system. Or like an optional auto target system. And then Mario seems to pick stuff up in front of themselves. Except that there's also over top of head. So I guess it depends on the item and what you're going to use the item for. So maybe we implement both anyway. So let's... Camera system wise, I do really like the Super Mario Odyssey camera system approach, where it's just kind of like there's a lot of preset scenes. The camera moves very fluidly, but it moves very quickly as well. I think that with the crate throwing mechanic, it's going to have to be very coarse. Right? Like there's not going to be a lot of accuracy in it. Especially if you're playing on like a controller or something. So maybe I'll start with that. Let's go with apply controls. And then we need the camera here, right? Camera is the camera transform, which is a query. Or I guess we could do a single because we're assuming a single right now for a transform with a camera 3D on it. And then grid does make things easier, including controls for a user. Yeah, for placing stuff. What's wrong with this? This is supposed to be with. My brain is also a little crispy from Advent of Code, if I'm being honest. What, we've been on 21 days of problems from 9 to 12 at night. Camera transform. So we can get this transform. I think this is... We don't have single mute, do we? Controller. Sweet. Love single. Single's great. Single is lovely. I feel like we're getting into run conditions as query parameters here, which feels interesting. So we have the camera transform. Camera transform forward, I think, is what we are thinking of. And then each of these would be... I don't think we need to multiply them, actually. Now that I think about it. This is Great. We have left and right. This is then... Do we get camera backward? Sick. These are all dir 3s, so I think we need to convert them into vec 3s to be able to do math with them. And then I think that should change our stuff to be able to run forward and backward from camera. So forward and backward both go the same direction, and left and right both go the same direction. So I made a mistake in that I didn't change the signs when I did that. So all of these are going to be add now, because we have all of the like semantic locations or the semantic directions. I did do it in the wrong direction for front and back, as you know, as happens. So this is back and this is forward. Did I mute myself? I don't think I muted myself. Xavier, can you hear me? I'm going to shake my head like this. I didn't mute myself. The audio is still sending. Cool. Thank you, rest of chat. I appreciate you all. Bevy custom material shader. Easy at first, quickly becomes a rabbit hole. But at least you learn stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, shaders and stuff are, I think, a rabbit hole for everyone, right? Like, I think that they are... I think GPU stuff is just considered magic in general, and there's not a great amount of education for how to do things, even outside of Bevy, right? There's not a ton of answers for where do I learn how to do this, besides, hey, go take this stack of book of like 4 of these and go read them. Like that's the like suggestion for how to go figure out graphic stuff, which is like wonderful. I'm so happy these books exist. But at the same time, really? Like reading 4,000-page books is the answer? So I get why people think it's magic, because I just feel like there isn't a lot of actual educational material, you know? So if we're going to do this control scheme, I think the facing is always going to be forward, right? That really impacts the game in the sense of like, one of the things, if we're going to go with this control scheme, right? If we're going to go with camera forward, camera behind player, mouse rotates camera for viewport, always looking at the back of character's head, is it kind of biases forward movement, right? So it doesn't become like in Mario, Super Mario Odyssey or something like that, you can run in kind of any direction and the camera will adjust to not necessarily give you the best amount of space to figure out what you're doing, but it lets you go in a bunch of different directions at any given time. I think if we go with the control scheme that I'm thinking of right now, a more Fortnite style control scheme to make the throwing a little bit easier, then we're biasing forward movement a lot. And we kind of have to build that into the control scheme. So like backing up would have to be slower to make people be kind of like, hey, this isn't really what you're supposed to be doing. Right? So if we did something like this and said, oh, that's left and right, and said backwards is actually this. And I don't know if this is the control scheme we're going to end up with. But see, it moves kind of fast that way, and it moves kind of, I guess it's hard to tell. Let's make it significantly slower. Just exaggerate it for the moment. We can always throw, I think, these variables into a resource and see what it feels like. Why do I feel like this is not modifying this at all? If the player control depends on the camera transform, I suppose deciding what camera control to use is a good first step. You mean like how to control the camera itself? I think camera control is going to be mouse acceleration. So moving the mouse up, down, left, or right will either pitch the camera forward or backward or left or right. So kind of like a 2D panning camera approach. And other than that, it will be offset at a game controlled distance, I'll say. I won't say a set distance, but a game controlled distance. Yeah, so maybe we do that. Maybe we do some of the camera control stuff right now. Because I'm thinking, like, if we're building a throwing crate mechanic and you can't aim it, it's going to be really tough. And the best way I can think of aiming it with the mouse and keyboard is point at center of screen, which is where you throw. And mouse controls where you're looking. And then you can kind of just throw stuff and whatnot. I guess it doesn't really matter. Right? We could go with the other control scheme too. First person, third person. Third person. Well, right now I'm thinking of third person. We'll see if this works, but right now I'm thinking third person. So this would be, where's our update systems? Update. This is in controls set. I don't think we need in controls set. Let's do control camera. And we'll throw this way down here. This is player camera system. So to control the camera, we probably need the camera. Which is going to be, right now, a single for us. And I think we need the mutable transform if we're going to be dealing with the rotation, and we're going to be doing with camera 3D. Because if we're doing single, I do want it to be a little bit more specific so that when we do UI stuff in here, it doesn't like immediately break all our player controls. And then what? There's a new example for mouse acceleration and stuff, right? There's accumulated mouse stuff in 0.15. So let's go find that. You guess for third person, player movement depends on the player transform and never of the camera transform. Camera behave like a kite following the player with lag. Yeah, I think that I want the camera to always be behind the player currently. And I want it to follow the player. And I don't know if we're going to have it be how do I say this? Like significantly tighter of a smooth nudge than we currently have or not. Shader state transforms window input. It's got to be input. And then mouse input events is not what I want. I think we have a better version. We have the accumulated mouse. This system grabs the mouse when the left button is pressed and releases it when the escape key is pressed. Oh, cursor grab mode. Are we going to have to set that? I don't know what it means to grab the mouse. Defines if and how the cursor is grabbed by a window. Windows doesn't support locked. Mac doesn't support confined. iOS, Android don't have cursors. Oh, so you only get locked on Windows, right? No, you only get confined on Windows. Cursor confined the window area. You only get locked on Mac. We don't want locked, I think. Maybe we do. I don't know. TBD. I don't know if we're going to need cursor grab mode, but it existing is nice. Maybe we run the mouse input event. I thought there was an accumulated input. Accumulated mouse motion. Yes. Okay, this prints when we click. This prints when you finish dragging or scrolling. Does it only work if you're dragging or scrolling? Maybe I don't want accumulated mouse motion then. Let's take a look at the docs for this one. I think that's a misleading example, actually. Right, there's a bunch of mouse motion events that are received. This accumulates those into a delta. That is the delta that I think we want. And we probably want to clamp it and whatnot. But the example is saying the system prints the messages when you finish dragging or scrolling with your mouse. And I don't think that's true. I think that prints every frame. Yeah, today's AOC problem, holy indirection, Batman. Yes, absolutely. It's very much like, I don't want to spoil anything, so I won't talk about it too much, but very much like, oh, a bunch of stuff that we did this month. But what if you just took a bunch of time and had to write them all together in sequence? Which was not feeling very fun last night, is really what it came down to. I was working on it, and I just found myself like spacing out, staring at the screen So instead of trying to like push through it and then showing up to stream like hella tired, I went to bed. So let's see if we can get the accumulated mouse motion here. Oh, this is mouse motion no matter what. So maybe we are going to need some kind of grabbed thing. But I think that's good. I think that putting this in update is fine because it's not not gameplay related, but it's like it doesn't affect things as much. It's not like gameplay logic, so it doesn't need to be locked to a fixed update. I don't know. We can always change it. So let's do camera dot. I guess we need to rotate by that vec, right? So rotate around player. And then we need player, right? And point needs to be a vec3, so it's going to be player dot translation. And this rotation needs to be a quaternion. So can we do accumulated mouse motion dot, I guess delta dot, oh, delta is a function or something, isn't it? Let's see, what is delta? Delta's a vec2. Vec2 should have, I thought it was going to have like a 2 quaternion or something. I know we can get the angle. Bevy math vec2. Quat from? Just from quat from vec2? Didn't specify this as mutable. From axis angle. Vec3 and F32 though. We don't have a Vec3. I guess we set this ourselves. As I'm doing that, I'm gonna refill my water and I will be right back. So give me a second. All right. I love having like a water tank. Like I have one of those big jug things in my apartment, but it takes forever to fill a water bottle. Two times, one for Y and one for A, and multiply those quaternions as AX. Okay, so oh, so the I see what you're saying. That feels weird. I think you're right. From axis angle, and then this is vec3 x, right? Is what you're saying, and this is to angle. No, x. Why did I call that a-axis? Because I was reading chat, I think. Then you're saying y-axis here. If this works, it's fine. I don't particularly need this to be super efficient. I will look up like how to do this better. We debugged this out here. Perfect. At least it'll run. Correct names are yaw and pitch. Yeah, that makes sense. Cute crab. Yeah. I don't have like a super sophisticated stream setup. I kind of like the low key stuff. But I do like putting up a cute crab every once in a while. We need to turn this down a little bit. Sorry for anybody that's flash banging right now. Let's do just do something ridiculously small. And then I don't know how to clamp a quaternion. I guess we don't really want to clamp it, but wow, that's trippy. Oh, that's also the wrong axis. And these need to be the axis of the camera. What would this be? This would be camera up? No, not for X. This is camera. Yeah, I think that is up, right? Rotation around the camera up, and then this is camera X. Camera X is I guess we have left and right to do that with. We don't have axes, do we? Yes, wrong axes. Ideally, you would make them sensitivity independent based on the viewport window size. Yeah, I think I'm not sure yet how to best do that. And I might need to spend some time looking it up. Oh, we can actually rotate the axis here. Interesting. What do I want here? these both need to be vec3s, so as vec3, but did I pick my axes correctly? Probably not. Yeesh. That's the opposite of the direction that we want to be in, and this is not the right axis for up and down. So let's go with right. Let's change this to be even less impactful. I feel like this is in the wrong direction, so let's reverse these. You were on call, so haven't touched ASC this week. How bad is it going to be to catch up this weekend? Okay, so this is a little bit better. This is still like the camera control is super wonky, but at least it's better. I won't explain the problems, but I'm going to look at what was this week. Today was the 21st, so we've got Saturday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Sunday. So depending on what you're thinking of, 17 and 21 are the time-consuming ones. This one is, what can I say without it being a spoiler? This is one where you have like you have a program and you need to like run this program with the registers. And then there's a part 2 to that could take you a little bit of time. And then 21 is, you've got this like chain of robots. So you've got a numpad with a robot on it. It starts at A, it has to press buttons, but to control that robot, there's another robot that starts at A and sends instructions via arrow key. And to control this robot, there's another robot that sends instructions via arrow key. And then I think to control that robot, you have an arrow key pad to control that robot. I will say for day 21, universally, everybody that I saw read this problem went WTF. Every single one. I didn't see anybody that was like, oh yeah, an obvious fun problem. So I would say 21's going to be the most time consuming. Day 17 part 2 might be, depending on your approach to things. And I think the other ones were pretty reasonable, if I remember correctly. The dock from Rotation X has a camera update example. Sweet. I know there was a first-person example added to the demos. Oh, global y-axis and camera local left to right. Yeah, I think you're right. That makes sense to me. This is going to be on transform. Transform from rotation. Oh, interesting that that doesn't have from rotation X, but the example in the repository is scale, morph targets, PCSS, 3D scene, also found in UI, split screen, aliasing, visibility range. ray casting, tone mapping. Don't see anything that's specifically, oh, it's on Quat. You're thinking of which example here? 3D scene, server, graph, masks, skybox, headless renderers. You said there was a camera control example. Oh, you're talking about this update camera. Sampling primitives. What does sampling primitives do? Let's go find out. Temp Bevy. Already in. So let's do cargo or git. Make sure we didn't change anything. Let's dash the box shadow changes. I've started making changes to the examples to make the screenshots a little bit better for this week in Bevy. Cargo run example, sampling primitives. See what this is. Sick. Rust C 1.82 is not supported. I didn't upgrade. Well, let's do Bevy engine examples, sampling primitives. Rotate camera by panning mouse. Yeah. So this is the opposite of what we want, but for x-axis. For y-axis, it's right, I think. So that is this system here. They're using a transform and something that is a camera rig. Camera rig is probably defined in here, right? That's interesting. Do we copy this? Distance from center. Location in 3D space. Well, the target is always going to be the player, for the moment anyway. If we generalize it to have other places to be, then we would have to change that. Yaw is vertical axis, left, right. Pitch is horizontal, up, down. And then distance from player. I think this is fine. This would be like totally reasonable for us to kind of grab and reuse. They probably insert it with something here. Yeah, this gets inserted on the camera. I think that's fine for me. I do want to add HDR and stuff to ours as well. That was in that example. So here's our camera. Let's throw a camera rig on it. And then we can kind of just yoink some of this. Handle user mouse input for panning the camera around. I think we always want it to be active, so we're not going to use any of this conditional logic. They do use the accumulated scroll. and the accumulated mouse motion. This is what we're going to need. And then this stores that in camera rig. Interesting that they chose to abstract this so much, I think. Right? Like this is some function. What did they use for the arguments here? We're not going to need all of these, but I'm just going to copy them in. What did they call this? Handle mouse. So we don't need scroll. We don't need button input. We don't need pressed. And they're throwing this in update, right? Yeah. I don't know if they're throwing this in update on purpose or just for convenience. I feel like historically it's been easier to throw things in update in Bevy. And over the last cycle, there was a kind of push to start putting more things in fixed update and kind of make the support for that a little bit better. Yeah, camera controller makes sense. You use a component like this for your cameras. I think a camera controller makes sense, especially since if we ever want to, well, if we ever want to like tween the camera to a specific location in a specific area, we'll need something, you know? I think that at that point, probably the camera rig goes away and we use a different camera rig. And that's how we swap between like tweened locations. Right. It would be cool to, in Blender, set up an area like the one that we have currently, where if you go into it, then it's kind of like a pulled out, zoomed out view of the whole area. I feel like the controls would have to change a little bit though. Okay, so this is 90-degree angles, displacement, pitch. For the moment, I'm just going to trust this math. Camera rig is set up. Camera rig needs to be pulled into our other system. Right. Hello, Zebra. How's it going? What are you up to today? So this is handle key press. Why do we need the camera rig and handle key press? Oh, because, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Handle mouse isn't what we need. Update camera. This is what we wanted. So I'm going to pull this in so we can see it a little bit better. And this is the system that we're effectively trying to write here. I think that the camera rig target is always going to be the player for the moment. And this is a query for transform camera rigs. I don't mind this overall. We do need to pull our, well, currently we only have one, so we can do single here like we had before. We can also do with out player, because I think we need to do that currently. And this would be camera.0. And this would be .0, just to get a compilation happening. And then this is what they had for update camera. So maybe we can comment out our code for a second, put their code in. And this doesn't need to be itered because we already have it. So we can kind of just stick this up here. No, we can't, because we can't destructure the single. Now that I think about it, I think that this doesn't work. Yeah. Because single is a struct and we can't deal with it like that. So if we wanted to something like this, you're just getting into Rust and Bevy. What's your streaming schedule? Saturday mornings, right now for a few hours. That's my streaming schedule. Otherwise, I mostly do videos on the channel. You're going to do another system that copies the player location to the camera target. Useful later if the camera needs to focus on the target. Yeah. That makes sense. I think I want to get this to work first, and then we can start doing that. Cannot move out. Okay, so we have camera, we have a bunch of other stuff. This shouldn't compile, right? There's something Rust Analyzer didn't pick up. Oh no, I did. Okay, I destructured there. So now we're currently focused like directly on the center of the world because we're not updating this target correctly. So I guess we can target camera to player. Query for camera rig and player. I feel like single's a good ergonomic improvement, I think. But I find myself what feels like almost overusing it. I guess it doesn't matter because like the systems won't run if there isn't a single. But I'm definitely, before single existed, I wrote a lot of loops around things. And I feel like that expands better over time. It helps kind of think of things in a more generic way. Like, hey, I'm going to operate on any camera with these components. Whereas single definitely kind of yields a mental model that is more specific to the thing you're working on. So you can kind of just clump extra stuff that kind of shouldn't be there. Like, I think what I would have done if I had to iterate over this is I would have set like a target component or something like that. Or a target resource or something. Yeah, I don't know. Let's camera rig is the camera rig, and then player is the transform with player. I think it's a good improvement. I think it's useful. A lot of people were doing dot single and stuff like that. So maybe I just need a little bit of time. Camera rig. I guess changed transform, right? Camera rig dot target equals player dot translation. Let's call this transform, just right out of the bat. And this is an issue because I didn't specify it as mute. So theoretically, this runs an update as well. It'll be nice to get a little bit of time to refactor this. Everything's sitting in this main file over the last 2 streams. Okay, so now we have this, right? It's a little awkward to see the mouse on the screen, but now we have something that works a little bit more like I would expect, or like not expect. Expect is the wrong word. So we've biased forward movement by doing this, right? But now what I can do is if I'm facing forward, I probably should rotate the character with the camera. Like we probably need to lock the player with the camera. There's a 0.14 version. I'll have the 0.15 version out probably by the end of the month. We already have the code actually, if you're looking at it. There's some significant differences between 0.10 and 0.15. I think I probably wouldn't go through the 0.10 one currently. 0.14 got most of the way scripted. Let's see if I can point this out to you. Rust Adventure 2048. So there's a bunch of branches in here. And if you go to 0.14, it'll have 0.14 and 0.14 steps. This got all the way to updating tile positions with transforms. So it got through 14 lessons, 15 lessons, which is pretty much most of it. So I would look at this probably first. There was a problem loading the remainder of the diff. That's weird. Maybe because there's nothing to diff it against. But these all have all of the scripts. So if you're just looking at the scripts on the Rust Adventure site, this repo has the 0.14 scripts in the repo. I just didn't end up recording it. I'm planning to have the 0.15 version of 2048 recorded by the end of the month. Yeah, there's a Git repo. There should be a link on the site. I think I need to make some changes to the site to make that more obvious and stuff. But yeah. I kind of put everything up and then I try to target pricing for people who have educational, like professional educational budgets. And I try to leave up any of the written stuff so that people can access it if they don't. So yeah, everything's on GitHub, everything's open source, but the money helps me focus more time on doing more workshops and stuff. So player movement should only depend on the player transform, not on the camera transform, and the mouse movement should rotate the player, not the camera. And the camera yaw pitch should always stay at fixed values. Yaw pitch should always stay at fixed values. Oh, you're saying that... Oh, that's sick. That's a sick bug. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying it should lock to the player. A camera update. Yeah. Camera update. Kind of deciding how I want this to work in general. We have one of the things that I think I am going to have to quickly fix if we do controls this way is that I can just drag my cursor off, which is not great. But I think this gives a little bit better of a, hey, this is going in that direction kind of vibe. We probably still need to do ballistic trajectory and whatever. But I definitely want that raycast to change, like right now, for example. But TBD. We haven't implemented throwing yet, actually, so. How are you going to combine draggable camera with ballistic throwing? I think that I'm going to make it so that the way, like the direction you're placing the camera, facing the camera, is the way that you're throwing. I think that this camera is probably too close for that idea. That's not quite ideal because the character is, yeah, I assume you just heard me saying that it's too close to the character. Yeah, I guess so. Right now, the goal is to figure out if this turns out to be a reasonable control scheme. Yeah, character shouldn't be in center, but somewhere else. Yes. Yeah, I think that. Oh no, can I not get out of this? There we go. So that's actually easy for us to fix now, I think. Where's the camera rig? That's the wonderful wall. Here's our camera. Should have camera rig on it. Oh, we didn't register camera rig. Sweet. Let's register camera rig. I didn't derive reflect on camera rig. Reflect component, run. I feel like for development, I want the ability to like turn this camera control on and off so that I'm not looking up from the ground whenever I do this. So pitch and roll and whatever, and then we probably lock these to player. Well, no, that's not entirely true, but we can definitely move this out. I think the camera height isn't in that camera rig. We should probably change that. It's very, very bumpy right now. I think that's partially. Thing. It's rough with the thing not locked in too. But it's much easier to like pick stuff up with this. Much easier to aim at something and pick it up. The only problem is that we don't have any kind of like indicator for where that is on the screen. But I do like it being a little bit further back. So let's bump the distance at least. Something more like 12 maybe. Constrain the camera to always be above ground. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of like that kind of thing as well. Camera feels very important in that sense, but also like a lot of edge case. You would make the camera closer to the player, but the camera target is way above the player. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. For the dropping it down. We can do that. Where did we put the camera transform? Right above this. So right now, we could totally do something like 15 or whatever. So like this could be it. And then I need to not do this rotation thing with the array or the player. So I think locking it to the player is actually the next move. Probably a system ordering is causing the jumping. I don't think so. You edited a debug state with F2 as a toggle and a debug resource with a bunch of books in it. So now you can throw it at inspect. Throw it in an inspector source. Dope tablet keyword. A bunch of books in it. I'm not sure. I can't read the bunch of books. You added a debug state with F2 as a toggle. So our world inspector currently is toggled via escape. We could turn on debug mode with escape. That would be possible. Is it possible to do like a tilt shift camera? One thing you could try is keeping the character, quote, at the center projection wise and shift the frustum upwards. Not sure whether that's a good effect though. We can definitely try that at some point. Xavier says, no, it should be in the update camera from player system. You mean the height? I don't think so. Oh, you mean, yeah. Well, no, you mean the target though. Yeah. Bump the target. Gotcha. Now I hear what you're saying. With Y transform.translation.y plus random value. I guess this is just target, right? So I feel like everything could be in a resource, you know? Yeah, that feels a little bit better for sure. Maybe not the right height, but definitely feels nice. Oh, bools and run conditions, so you can toggle off systems from the eGUI window. Yeah, that makes sense. That's very cool. It's significantly easier to target this onto anything. I'm mostly relying on W to lock it to the camera rotation right now. But we should we should lock this in for the moment. Do I have no commits? Don't look at me. Nobody saw this, okay? If anybody asks, nobody saw this. We're all on the same page, right? we're all on the same page here. Nobody saw that fact that I haven't committed in 2 weeks. Assets, art. I don't think that I want to commit any of the assets right now. I see chat moving out of the corner of my eye. Semi-working player and camera controller. Cool. Bevy panel rig camera. There's a run condition you can copy and paste. Only update the camera if eGUI does not have the focus. That's nice. I don't know that that fully solves our issue. But that is nice. I think that that is worth snagging. eGUI. This is the only run if I see. Bevy eGUI. eGUI wants focus. Oh, they maintain their own like eGUI has focus thing. I think I might deal with that another day. You could maybe try to determine the target via raycast to the ground plane some meters ahead of the character. Or perhaps the object space 0 height, but somewhere ahead of the control empty, maybe? Via raycast to the ground plane in front. Oh, yeah. So you mean for like locking the camera to the player? I think we can just lock the camera to the player. Right? Actually, maybe that's a little bit... No, I think we should be able to lock the camera to the player. So we're probably not going to... We have it smooth nudged right now to follow the player. But I think we just want it hard locked. We'll see. Is Bevy better than Unity dots? I can't answer that question because I don't use Unity dots. But I generally wouldn't say anything is better than the other. I would say that they just have different use cases. I think if you're in Unity, you're probably at a better advantage of taking advantage of dots for things that it's useful for. And if you are looking at an entirely different game engine, then yeah, Bevy's great, right? I don't like Bevy versus Unity dots feels like a, hey, would you like to use Linux or Windows? And it's like, cool, if the programs you want to run are on Windows, use Windows, you know? If you're only sitting in a terminal, then use Linux. I guess Linux has gotten better on the UI side these days, but you get the thing that I'm saying, right? Like it's different use cases, different scenarios, like different contexts. I wouldn't say one is better than the other. I do think Bevy is one of the most advanced ECS systems. Bevy ECS. Absolutely. But I try to stay away from like competitive quantitative judgments or qualitative judgments, sorry. You want to be able to move the camera a bit. Hard lock is too strong, most likely. So you think targeting it to the front of the character, or like a raycast to the plane? I don't know that a raycast to the plane will always be accurate. We could in here look at our character and say our character, why is my center all the way over there? What am I doing? Xavier, how do I reset the camera to the origin? Anyway, the thing I was going to say is maybe we could put an empty in front of the player instead. And then the camera tracks that entity. And then we don't have to do that like raycasty kind of thing. Num dot. I don't have num dot. I think maybe I do have num dot. Num dot. Nope, I don't have num dot. Num dot. Nope. Rip. Maybe it's on this. Nope. No idea what layer has num dot. View to slow or frame all. Yep. Look at that cute little, look at how many polygons are in that sphere. There's more polygons on each eye than the entire cylinder. Oh, numpad dot matches a scene camera and you don't have a scene camera. That makes sense. Okay, so if we're going to have the camera like target something in front of the player, I think adding an empty in front of the player is probably the move. Hi, poly bug eyes. Cylinder is looking into your soul. It's a cute little cylinder though. Hard lock is too high, but yeah. I'm actually thinking about targeting now. Like rotation to make the end of the throw the place that is camera targeted is interesting. Right? Like once we get actually into throwing and ballistic trajectories, we could always be casting out one of those ballistic trajectories and then no, I don't think that's good for the general case. Maybe occasionally, but not. There's a lot of jitter in the rotation. I know we're not smoothing the rotation, but I guess it's running at 60 FPS. I expected it to be a little less jittery. Maybe I do. What is it? Bevy transform. I can't remember the name of it. I would have to look at the website. Saw what? Whatever I said is ejected out of my head already, Ryan. Good to see you though. So target camera to player changes the target constantly. That's cool. Handle mouse has the rotations. And that changes yaw and pitch. That seems... I don't know. Like I want user input to be responsive, but it feels like we need some smoothing on that. Like it feels a little bit too jittery. Also, there's a little flash every once in a while. And I think that's related to the camera system currently. I'm not going to try to fix it until we lock this camera to the player, though. So how am I going to lock it to the player? I am going to... actually, the first thing I'm going to do is... Yeah, I think mouse drag jitter. Yeah. You weren't watching live? Yeah, that's one of the nice things about YouTube, actually, that you can just kind of like sit back. I don't think I want it to be that static, though. We were just talking about that earlier, Jeremy. I think making the camera a child of the player to like supposedly inherit the transform, I guess is what you're trying to say, isn't really what I want. I don't think. I think I want the camera to be a little bit disconnected from the player. Mouse jitter, yes. That's what I was just thinking. Like, if it's greater than like vec2 it doesn't work in the way that they've written it here, though. Let's say delta dot I guess putting a floor on this wouldn't actually solve the problem, would it? You think it does make sense to have the camera inherit the transform of the player and add some extra motion on top? I think it makes sense to... Yeah, because then this accumulated mouse motion shouldn't be on the camera anyway. It should be on the player. Right, this is camera rig. But really, control camera should be looking direction, rig, translation. This is one of those things I'm probably going to have to write down and work out, honestly. Transform, translation, rig target, rig distance, looking direction. There's really no better way. Yeah, probably directly inheriting doesn't make sense, but you want to at least have a slight ease in. If you go absolutely sharp, it's going to feel too robotic. Yeah. I'm trying to think of where we have our controls right now. We have the camera rig. The camera rig is... Oh, you know what? We're smooth nudging the camera right now, right? I think we have two camera systems. Right. Now, that feels significantly more stable. I think it was actually that I had two camera systems conflicting. See you, Graham. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. See, that's significantly better. Turns out if you don't have overlapping camera systems, then you don't get jitter. Who would have thought? So this is player camera system here. And I want this to impact the facing of the player only, really. Right? So the y-axis rotation should be driven by the camera. So this is handle mouse. That sets up the camera rig. The camera rig can drive. You were wrong again. Hopefully you're used to this, but you'll try to link. Oh, no. You can totally talk, Xavier. It's, the stream is kind of more for hanging out than for getting anything specific done. If I wanted to get things really done, I wouldn't be actually hacking at camera code on stream. I would be researching camera controllers, and then I would write something afterwards. So I'm totally happy to chat, and I'm totally happy to hear your suggestions. It also is just kind of fun to try stuff out and see what it does. And I appreciate your input in general. And you've helped out a lot. You haven't been wrong all the time. So, just to be clear. Looking direction, rig target, transform translation, transform look at. And the way we were doing our player facing is Tenua stuff. Right? So that's not here. We've got apply controls. Maybe we pull the camera rig in here. And we set desired forward based on the camera rig. One of the things about what we're doing right now is that we're using Bevy Tenua. We're using a random branch of Bevy Tenua too. Like somebody was nice enough to say, hey, I actually have a fork that works with Bevy 0.15. So we're using that, which is great. It's wonderful. But we probably want to get on mainline at some point too. But because we're using Bevy Tenua as our character controller, then the facing of the player is kind of driven by input, right? So we're not building our own character controller from scratch, which means we have less options for where to put that value. So this is camera rig, right? And camera rig should be set with yaw and pitch. And camera control is looking direction. I think looking direction is probably what we want, right? But we probably only want the what? The Y component? Not the Y component, sorry. So we're here. We've got built-in walk. We've got looking direction. I'm going to call this camera rig in here. Which apparently is wrong because I need a single here for that to work. So this is looking direction. Let me leave that comment there and do looking direction up here. This is going to be a vec3. This is I don't know what this dir3 is in relation to, but we have a vec3, so we can just drop this in like this and see what happens. Video setting up VS Code. Setting it up for what? All right, and now we have that working. Sick. It's a little bit delayed, I feel like. But that totally works. Setting up VS Code for what is the question? What are you like? Setting up VS Code for streaming? Setting up VS Code for like this VS Code visual is basically just remove everything. I don't know that I need like find everything that you can find and remove it is the answer, right? So show words, suggest on triggers, parameter hints, sticky scroll, command center, inlay hints are toggleable for me. Status bar false, layout control false. Overview ruler border false. Like just find everything that you don't want on the screen and find the setting for it and remove it. That's what is my setup here. There's nothing else, you know? Like if you don't like something, like you don't want to see the horizontal scroll bars, just hide them. If you don't want to see the window title, set it to something empty. If you don't want to have your sidebar on the left, move it to the right, etc. I don't know that there's much to make a video on here. It's kind of just like there are settings for stuff, and if you don't like something, you can totally move it. It may take some Googling and stuff, and things change over time too. So like I have some legacy cruft in here that I would have to clean up before I suggested it to anybody. Maybe you were right in system setting the camera yaw pitch target need to be ordered to run before the system that sets the camera transform according to those. Yes, that sounds right. I don't know that there's what are these now? This is target camera to player. And this is control camera and this is handle mouse. And these can all run before the controls. This is apply controls. I guess we could do before the user controls system set or whatever, right? I mean, that feels pretty good in general. Obviously, the camera can go below the screen, which is not good. But we've got like like a little strafing-ish action going on. We can back up. We can go forward. That is a bug. Let's let's do that. So I think I'm generally happy with that for the moment. Let's throw some boxes. Oh, not because of the previous jiggle, but probably because of the current lag. I think this is okay. We did change it, but I think this is okay. So I think clicking here should throw this box, right? Man, look how I was able to just get that right on that cone without even really thinking about it. That was so much harder before, right? Like, okay, that really sells me on the like, if projectiles, if throwing stuff is going to be relevant, then this is going to be a better control scheme. So let's get throwing in the game. Applying a limit to the pitch. A better way would be to do collision checking, so to avoid going behind the wall. Collision checking with okay, I think we don't have any other walls right now. If there's a simpler way, I think I'm going to use the simpler way. So we could definitely... I'm never going to remember what pitch and yaw are, unfortunately. So I'm going to need to comment them. Horizontal axis is the pitch. Yeah. So when we're setting the pitch, what is the right way to set this pitch then? Min-max clamp. Oh, cast array from camera to target. If there's something in between, move the camera closer. Oh, you don't mean like actual collision checking. Got you. You mean like using a ray cast or a collision check to see if you should change the camera. That makes a lot more sense. Pitch here is negative pi to pi, but we probably want it to be something else. You got taught pitch and yaw in flight school? Yeah, that makes total sense. I never took flight school, for sure. Although I did go to college in a place that does flight school. What is this? Pi frac 2? Frac pi 2. Frac pi 2. I wonder why they do negative pi over 2 there. Yeah, frac pi 2. Yeah, I think clamping the pitch is a good temporary solution for today's stream. I don't think it's the long-term solution. Dot clamp is to prevent camera rotating through ground, is not a permanent solution. And I just mark this as a to-do. Perfect. And then this needs to be pi is 180, so no. Yeah. Am I blanking on what pi is? I think we need... basically a random value here. Just like something I'm going to pick randomly. So let's try to start with like pi over 4 and see where that gets us. You just oomed during part 1? Yeah. Yeah. Thoughts on rapier versus avian? Avian, spelt with an A, by the way, A-V-I-A-N. I think of generally rapier as being more scientific simulation related, and avian as being more game related. Not that they can't be used for similar things. Rapier's fine, avian's great. But if I was going to simulate physical things in a way that needed to be more scientifically accurate, I think I would focus on rapier. And if I was going to do game collision logic and game related things, I would focus on avian. Oh, clamping to 0. Right. Because this is a rotation and frac pi 2 is looking top down, right? So negative frac pi 2 would be looking bottom up because that's 90 degrees. And then 0 would be, yeah. Again, you can't really go wrong choosing either of them. Avian's great, rapier's great. Rapier's been around longer. They have kind of an approach where if you are going to, say, build something that works across languages, Rapier has JavaScript libraries that they ship. So if you were going to do something, I don't know, in Rust and you wanted it to match something that was happening in JavaScript and you wanted to share the physics library implementation, like Rapier might be a better choice. I also think of Rapier as being simulation related, like I was saying. Avian being a little bit more game related. Avian is like also Bevy first. So that's not to say like Avian couldn't support more things in the future, but Avian tends to, like, Avian is a Bevy plugin right now in its current existence, and Rapier has a Bevy plugin and has its own separate physics world, which does present some challenges when trying to do networked stuff. But I don't think anything that's like insurmountable completely. Okay, what was I doing? We're going to throw stuff. We now can't go below this, which I think is fine for the moment. So we can't really look up at all. Yeah, you notice the difference between physics worlds? Yeah. Rapier kind of holds its own physics world, and Avian kind of tries to integrate a little bit more. The author of Avian also works on Bevy's math primitives quite a bit, and other things like that. They did a lot of the required components porting too. So it's a little bit closer to the Bevy ecosystem in that sense. But I wouldn't say like one is, you know, better than the other or anything like that. I think they're both great libraries. Okay, so we've got this random clamp. These, I guess I'm just going to comment out for the moment. We don't need this or that. So I guess we don't really need these. Interesting that that doesn't need to be mutable. But yeah, it makes sense. So player camera system, we want to just get rid of, because it's not actually a thing. I don't know what sods is. Then we've got our raycast for the player. We've got our camera and input stuff happening. And it's time to throw stuff. Get diff cached. This is lock pitch to above ground. Oh, I almost get pushed it. It doesn't live in a repo yet. So the question is, we can pick stuff up. Our pickup system is not particularly sophisticated. I think also maybe the raycast is only relevant for controllers. Because if we have mouse and keyboard input, we can use picking. We haven't upgraded to AVN 0.2, which introduces picking for colliders. But we could do picking to pick on things like that rather than raycasting out. Let's see. Currently, we have raycast player. This is our interact button currently. So we're using Leafwing. We have keyboard input causing us to interact with one of the entities. The entities are things that we look for by name. So if this entity so the raycast hits something. If that entity has a hold name. Why did I do it like this? Some hold empty. This is the empty. Named entities iter, find map entity name. This is just finding the hold empty. Named entities iter, find map. Did I just confuse myself? Named entities is just a list of entities and names. Oh, yeah. So hold is the thing on a player. That's the hold location for the player. It would be nice to have that in a resource or something, named resource. I think this gets into the glTF extra stuff, kind of setting up some of these things as we spawn stuff in. So this is get position that player, or get empty entity that controls where player holds things, holds objects. Writing a comment since it took me a second to understand what that code was, and I only wrote it like a week ago. Then we have hits. So for any raycast that gets sent out, we end up hitting something. We get the first hit, which for a shapecast is always going to be one hit. I don't think there's multiple for shapecasts. And we get that hold entity and we add the hit entity as a child. We find the hold point on the entity. Right, find the hold point entity on the object that's being held. So inside of Blender, we have, first of all, the hold is this empty right here, right on the top of the head. And let's get rid of this and look at this. We have a empty here that's represented by those axes. So this is the point at which it would match up with the thing on the player's head so that we can, in Blender, decide where things are
like held and how big we don't have to do math about how big they are to put them over somebody. You would rename apply controls to update camera transform and move all the camera stuff to a different file in a plugin. Yes, absolutely. I do need to update things. I need to do some refactors. I've been very busy this month, so haven't had a chance to do it. But yes, everything that's related to like cameras or controls or whatever will go into its own plugin, etc. Why not invent mob programming? Because it's already been invented. So this is looking for the hold point on that entity. If there isn't one, then we return. I think that actually we shouldn't be adding the entity as a child if we can't find a hold point. So we'll put that below. This should fix the bug where we can pick up that other crate that doesn't have one. So we should be not able to pick this up anymore, which is great because that's buggy. And then we should be able to pick up these. So everything's great. I guess if we have a hold point and empty to parent it to, reparent entity to the hold entity. Mob programming is a thing. Implement it for your team. Thursday is an office book room. Switch driver n of 60 minutes, where n is the number in the mob. 5 to 10 minute break after. Yeah. You don't quite understand you. You mean the mob programming thing? Just a bunch of people in a room. One person writes code. A bunch of people talk about it. Switch. If you have 6 people over the course of an hour, each one of them drives for 10 minutes. It's not really my preferred way to get things done, but it is a thing. You're such an overachiever that you were calculating one too many indirections. Yeah, well, you'll appreciate having done that. Pair programming, but with too many people. Yeah, I mean, I have opinions, but I don't know. I don't really think pair programming works out in the current ecosystem. Oh yeah, mob programming is like one person is in control of like the file or whatever, and then a bunch of people are interacting with that person, which lets some people think and some people drive, and it's supposed to make sure that you cover all your edge cases and stuff like that, because you know, more people thinking about a problem should, etc. You know, and if somebody exactly, yeah, somebody can be doing some research on some problem that you're running into, while everybody else is like, oh, if we do it this way, we'll have these edge cases. We should write that test, and then somebody actually has to write the test. I don't know. I think in the current environment or the current climate, pair programming really is not that useful. I think potentially with the right people it could be, but I don't find it to be a pleasant experience, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I get that that's one of the purported benefits, but you should be like writing PRs that are capable of being understood, right? And people should be reviewing them and having conversations at them, and etc. Yeah, I wouldn't tell anybody that it's working for to stop doing it, for sure. I just don't know that I don't think it's the most efficient way to do things. You have to have a relationship with the friend you're pairing with. Yeah, I mean, like mentor-mentee relationships. Like if somebody's writing something and they want feedback on what they're doing, that can be interesting. Or if somebody like watches somebody else and they're like, "Hey, why did you do that?" That can be interesting. I don't really think that's what people think of when they say pair programming, though. Also, rubber ducking is not what people think of when they say pair programming either, but rubber ducking is great. Like just explaining something to a rubber duck. Talking through problems is always useful, but you don't need other people around to do that either. So much so that we have a name for it. Okay, so we're removing these colliders on the entities right now. And when we throw this, we're going to want to add them back. So big question there. Kind of like pulling entities off and putting them back on without having some kind of indicator is weird. I wonder if we could use required components for this, where we have an object that you can pick up, and that's the component, and that has a rigid body and a collider. Then you could remove the ability to pick it up, and then later on you could add the ability to pick it up back to it when you throw it. I don't know. We could also just store this as data on the entity, right? We could have like the rigid body and the collider stuck into a tuple in a component. And yes, we remove them, but we take that data and we put it into a different component. And then when we want to add it back, we then add it back. I'm thinking that managing these components is going to get annoying. The one thing that I'm thinking of currently that is very specific is this collider sizing is defined somewhere else. And I don't want to redefine it here. So maybe we do a query. Collider info. And we query for this. Anything with a rigid body and a collider. And we define a component that is pre-throw collider info. And I guess this could be anything, right? But we probably want it to be specific for the moment. You think we shouldn't even remove them in the first place? I was thinking that we would remove them because if we remove them, it makes it easier to handle. I think you're right, actually, now that I think about it. I was thinking we would remove them because originally when we wrote the code, we were running into the issue of like conflicting colliders effectively. But maybe we don't run into that issue anymore. Yeah. That's the issue right there. So it's a dynamic rigid body that is also parented to the player, right? That's the issue. When you pair programmed, you had a bank of desks set up with one computer, 2x monitor mice, so it was fluid for both to interact with the code. Yeah, I just don't like being in an office either. I don't like the premise of like somebody that I was assigned to like watching me code, you know, in a professional environment where that person can then like give feedback to somebody and like whatever. Thanks. Now you clearly understand why they need to be removed. I don't know that they need to be removed. It's possible that we could just change them, right? Like, I think we do probably need to remove the rigid body. I don't know that we need to remove the collider. Right? Because we could change this to, look at that debug visualization moving back and forth. That's fun. I think one of the things that I want to test out actually with this is I want to set a bar at height of which we can run into. Wow, that was a really Yoda style sentence, wasn't it? So we have this set up currently. Let's get a mesh in here that is a cube. Tab into edit mode because my wonderful viewers have drilled that into me. Tab back into object to move it. We move this up to like here. Right, and we're just gonna float this in the air. So I'm gonna G, Z, and I think we just like move this over here. So I think that should be at the height at which the collider will hit for the box. And then scale X. Make this a little wider, a little easier to hit. And this is, what do you call those little bars that say like X, or like in a parking garage? Where it's like you can only be 6'7", or like your car can only be 6'7" tall. It's not a bollard. What is it called? Anyway. I'm gonna call this crossbar, I guess. Crossbarred. And then this needs to be crossbar mesh. And we'll look for crossbar mesh later. Actually, I use dashes here. Let's keep using dashes. And we'll use crossbar mesh later. We're going to export this to a glTF like we typically do. Up, assets, misc, GLB. And we have some collider logic here. I feel like this should be a loop at this point, but I just keep adding to it. So we'll just keep adding to it for the moment. So for this, this is crossbar. And this will be crossbar. Oh, I did dot mesh, didn't I? Oh, well. Because we could change it to kinematic and we could move it around or whatever. This is going to be static, though. Put them to sleep. I don't know about that. Yeah, we're testing to see if the rigid body can be disabled and the collider can be left untouched. There's also questions around like what happens if you are walking with the thing and it hits something, etc. So I want to set this extra crossbar up and run into it and see what happens. Right, so this should be at the right height to whack. We'll pick something up and run into it. Nothing currently happens if we just have the collider. So if we rigid, where do we have remove? So if we don't remove rigid body and we commands entity hit.entity dot insert rigid body static, I think this won't move, but we'll see. Oh, the collider didn't get added also. We can't do static, just as a heads up. I think this is pretty indicative of the problem. So we at the very least cannot do static. You don't like the aspect of old school where you find faults in each other's code and write them all down in different categories, like what the fuck? The aspect of old school. You mean like mob programming stuff or like pull requests or just like in general? I mean, that's a terrible place to like be. I think that one of the things that computer science education doesn't teach people is how to critique. That is something that art education does do really well or can do really well. I won't say it does do really well everywhere. But like a lot of PR review that I've seen in industry ends up being, hey, you should put a comma here. Or hey, the semicolons here, 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 and stuff like that. And that's not like useful PR review. That should all be handled by an auto formatter. If something is just kind of like your opinion and it's reflective of somebody just writing code in a different aesthetic way, then that shouldn't really be a thing that ends up in a PR review. PR reviews are for sharing code knowledge and for asking questions and for being like, hey, I don't understand this. Why is this like this? How would you define commands to create levels in a file like data? Or you have to serialize level data, all the commands run for a level. I'm not sure what you mean by level commands. Could you expand on that and then I'll answer that? The first thing we need to do is make sure that this mesh is getting the collider actually added on. So this is going to be, I thought it was going to be crossbar mesh, which I keep typing as crossbarred. Which I don't see in here. So did I crossbar dash mesh? I wrote it as an underscore. So there's the collider. Well, that didn't work. I'm not removing rigid body anymore, am I? Okay, so if we have a rigid body that is dynamic, it will just fall off the top, more or less, at the moment. If we have, that's what we want though. So I think just removing the rigid body is the right move. Because then we have the collider. It feels a little awkward. It feels like it's interacting with the player. Right? It's a little jumpy when we have the collider enabled. It does do like the behavior we want, where like if you're carrying something, you can't go under that wall. But it's jumpy. So Avian redid all of their scheduling in 0.2, so that's cool. I don't want to focus in on anything too tightly until we upgrade to the modern versions of things. And I'm probably going to do the Tenua upgrade off stream because that requires me to upgrade my language version for Rust. There's a lag in the debug of the collider position. I don't know if there's a lag in the actual collider position. Remember, we had some debug issues previously. I don't want to say that because the debug is showing like that the collider is actually lagging. Because remember, the raycast was buggy. Max speed clamping, that's really useful. We aren't doing any collision layers or anything, etc. Temporarily disable with marker components. That's probably what we want. Right? We don't want to pull the rigid body off. We want to disable the rigid body while keeping the collider. So I think for the moment, we'll remove the rigid body. And then to do Avian 0.2, add, what do we think the component is? Disabling physics entities. The answer has often been relating to removing and reinserting rigid body, or messing around with collision layers and sensors. But this can be inconvenient. So we want to add collision body disabled. Instead of removing rigid body. Yeah, okay. Level is, yeah. I know what you mean by level. So let's see. The question is, how would you define commands to create levels in a file like data? I think that's the part that is, I think I'm not sure what you're asking. Because you can definitely define custom commands in Bevy. You can definitely load serialized data in Bevy. I don't know what you mean by all commands run for a level. Right? I don't know if you're referring to like Bevy's capital C commands, or if you're referring to some kind of behavior that you're trying to get. Yeah, like I understand that you're asking about the level. I can explain maybe a little bit about how the levels that I'm working with work. Right? Like this is inside of Blender, right? Got a bunch of entities, bunch of instances, bunch of stuff. These all have meshes and different attributes and whatnot. This gets put out into a glTF file. That glTF file is loaded like this. This is using Bevy Asset Loader. But in this case, there's scenes inside of that glTF file. So if I go up to the right here, which I realize I didn't bump the resolution here for the stream. Interface, a little bit bigger. So there's a thing up here on the top right that is a couple of scenes. So I've got a first character scene, a library scene, and a test level. We're looking at the test level right now, which has a bunch of stuff from the other scenes instanced into it. So if I go into library, this has like, here's the crate. If I turn off the crate, I can show a mob, which is just a triangle, or like the low table that's also in the scene is defined in this file. And then we also have character. So this is the whole character in a different scene with the, you know, meshes and empties and various stuff like that. All of those get output into that glTF file, or in this case, GLB, which is the binary version. So now we've got scene 0, 1, and 2. In this case, scene 2 is my test level, and scene 0 is that player. And once you load these in, which you can do with asset server load inside of Bevy, you can just spawn them in as you see fit. So in this case, right, we've got commands.spawn. I'm naming this character. Scene root, this player.player, that's the glTF scene specifically. Then I'm adding like some colliders and controllers and other things here. We're adding the shape cast that we constantly see on screen and an input manager. And then we also have the level here, which is also a scene, which we also take from that handle and spawn into the world. And then we also do things like, in this case, inside of this scene, I know there's things that need to have colliders and rigid bodies attached to them. So we use an observer so that when this is spawned in, when it's instance ready, that's this event right here, then we can go through this scene and add them to anything that needs the colliders, right? So when this scene spawns in, we set up all the colliders. I don't know if that answers your question, because I'm not fully sure what you're asking, but does that give additional context? Is that helpful? Or do you have more questions? Okay, so this is like working at least. Also, we're not running in the release mode either. So before I care about any of the issues, we should definitely run in release mode. I'm not going to worry about the jitteriness here until we upgrade. So we've got to throw this now. We've removed the rigid body in this case. So we need to listen to mouse clicks. I guess we also need to have some kind of state that we're not tracking currently, right? We have the whether the player is holding something or not state. Maybe we stick that on the player component. Player is just a marker component at the moment. We're going to have kind of like a holding system or a holding plugin, if that makes sense. So if we have a holding struct, then also seldom state updated to 0.15. So we can get a state machine in here at some point too. Holding would be one of those states, I think. for now, it can kind of be like holding is set when we set that entity. And then we have to check this also. And maybe we want to fill this with an entity instead. Like this is the entity we're holding, and then we can just access it. That feels better. So this is going to be an option of entity, actually. And then holding on player. We'll start off with none. And when we do that remove for the rigid body, we want hit.entity here. To do insert holding on player scene. Sorry, can you talk a little bit more about the state machine features? Yeah. You mean seldom state? The thing I mentioned earlier? This is component-based state machine. So this is a third-party crate, right? It's seldom state. You get to start with some initial state. You get to define transitions between different states with triggers that cause them. And then you can do things like on enter, on exit, etc., things like that. So the player is going to be in some state at any given time, right? It could be holding an object. It could be whatever. In our case, we don't have enough state to like warrant extra stuff, extra infrastructure. I don't necessarily think that it's worth just for the holding to be defining that state yet. But yeah, basically a bunch of triggers. One of the things that people I think are figuring out in general is that for ECS, for entities, defining states as components works out really well because then you can query things, etc. Yeah, etc. Seldom state is cool. I've used it in previous projects. It works. And they update it. Right? They update it for new versions of Bevy. So it currently has a 0.15 implementation, which is wonderful. So at some point, we'll probably add that. Scenes in Bevy are like levels then, and the levels are all glTF files. Yeah. So you can, a level can be whatever you want it to be, is the the hard generalization on that, right? What do you consider a level? You know, what kind of game are you making? Is it like a puzzle game, etc.? Scenes are collections of entities in a tree, right? So yeah, scenes and glTF can represent scenes, and you can go from Blender to glTF to a scene. Yes, all of that is true. You can think of scenes in Blender as levels in Bevy, but scenes in Blender can also be like the player character, like I have, etc. Scenes are not imported as a glTF model. The whole glTF includes a bunch of scenes, and those scenes don't necessarily need to be levels. They're just collections of stuff. You can treat them as levels for sure, but they can also be other things. Okay, so hit entity. We need, are we getting player? We're getting player here. Let's do holding. I think this has to be mutable. Mute holding. We can't dereference this, so we have to start doing into iter more. This is single, right? Yeah. This pattern of doing like into iter to do a destructure is something that I find myself doing a couple times. I don't know if this is the recommended way to do this. I would like it to be up here, but we can't do that currently. So we can do holding equals some hit entity. Figure out what the problem is there. Oh yeah, no worries. The naming conventions for world scene group are always confusing. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily map words in one software to words in another, right? Like a scene in Blender can be a level that is imported through a glTF file, but like, what is a level except a collection of stuff? So it's really like a level is a level because of how you treat the collection of stuff. Found option entity. This needs to be here, and then what? We need to clone this. I don't like that. I'm going to derive deref and deref mute. I guess that doesn't really help. It's fine. Okay, so now we have a holding state, and we can basically say where are we? Interact. This is only for picking stuff up and throwing things right now. So if holding dot is some return. Already holding something. And holding is going to be that mutable struct. So really we want holding dot zero, I think. Oh, can't find holding. Where did I get holding? I need to get holding here. We need to do holding earlier if we're going to do that. That's what that is. And then we don't have to write the zero. So if we do this and we say, pick this up and pick that up, then we get already holding something and we don't pick it up, and we still run into walls. Wonderful. Great. Lovely. So now that we can do that, then we can say that we are going to, I guess we don't need mute query there. We're going to do something vaguely like this, right? We're going to listen to the action state, I think. Let's just keep all of the stuff here. We'll write a system down here that is not going to be raycast player, but it's going to be throw held item. And this doesn't need to be a shape cast or anything, right? It just needs to be holding. I guess we need this to be mutable, of course. And then we've got player. So here we've got holding. We've got commands. We've got action state. Action state needs to change a little bit. Kind of interesting that I've separated this out. I didn't really intend to separate that out because we can definitely do this. But I do kind of like having it as a separate query. Godot or Unity? I would probably choose Godot personally. I don't really have... Well, I do have strong opinions in general, but I don't have a lot of experience to speak with those opinions on using Unity to ship games. I would go for something that's open source in general. I like that approach. I like what Godot is doing. So that would be my direction personally if I was going to choose between them. But yeah. Okay, these are named entities. These are children. I don't think we need any of those things. I don't think we need children. We do need to find that held thing again. So maybe we want to set this up earlier. Maybe we want to set this up when we spawn in. What function you need? I don't know what your, like what functionality for a game engine? I don't know if you're asking me if I would choose Godot or Unity or if I'm using Godot or Unity. I'm not using either of them. Hits iter, user interacted, hold point. This is the hold point on the entity. That's not what we want. We want the empty here. So I kind of feel like this should get stored on the player so that we have easier access to it. So maybe I'll add a to do that. So we need all of this. We're also going to do something like that. So we'll pull that too. So if none, then not holding anything. This query is going to be I guess holding doesn't really need to be its own thing, right? Because we already have holding. So probably want mute on that later. Named entities, we do need. I pulled that out, didn't I? Shouldn't have removed that. Okay, throw held item transforms named entities. Named entities is used to get that hold empty. We're going to, I think, assume that there's only one entity that's a child of this. I don't know that that's true, so let's run the game and find out. So let's pick this up and then go to player. Oh, I named it character, that's why. So we have character, we have children, we have entities, we have children, we have first character, children, hold. The children of hold are just crate 2. There's nothing inside of here that is not crate 2, so that's good for us. Oh, interesting, actually. No, that's fine. That's fine. Hold point. So when we get this hold component, or a hold entity, then children.get hold empty. This needs to work. Else return. This is a result, not an option. So we have a reference to all the children. I guess the hold entity is fine. Am I trying to make the dragging feature? No, we're making the throwing feature now. So if we run the game currently, this all works. Character controller can rotate around, can pick stuff up, currently at any distance. And then I want to be able to throw this box at things. Oh, we got some of those rocks that I generated. That's funny. Have you or will you upload this to GitHub? Like have commits to link to live streams you did so far? My intention is to put it up to GitHub, but it's not super useful unless, how do we say this? It's not super useful unless it has the assets. And I don't have an answer for how to distribute the assets. So if people want to look at the code, I can definitely push it up now. But you won't be able to run it because it won't have the GLB and stuff. I don't know what the answer to that is yet. We talked a little bit about it last week. I don't think this GLB in particular is particularly large. It's only 70 meg. But it changes reasonably often, like every time I export from Blender. And that adds up over time. And using git LFS for anything that goes bigger than this means that if anybody forks it, I have to pay for the traffic, which makes it not an option. So I don't know how to put this GLB somewhere that doesn't cost me an arm and a leg to do. The only place I can think of is to do like releases on itch. And then like, hey, if you want to run the game, then you have to go to itch to get the assets. But yeah, it's either that or I can just put the source code up and, but it's hard. I think it's hard to get a sense for what the source code does without the assets and without seeing it in Blender and stuff. So I don't know. I don't have an answer. I do want to put it on GitHub. If people would find the source code by itself useful, then I will do that sooner. But so far, I haven't had anybody ask. Maybe use OneDrive. OneDrive would be the same kind of thing, right? Like if I put something into OneDrive or Google Drive or something like that, then I have to do effectively releases, right? Which would be the same thing as putting it on like itch. So we have children. What do we want to do here? We want to remove parent of held entity, right? We want to disconnect that relationship. Re-add dynamic rigid body. Incur force on thrown object. I don't know what our force is going to be. We're just going to put one in. So we have holding. We can do commands.entity holding.0, right? Dot unwrap here because we already checked. And I can do, well, actually we don't need to do that because thinking through this, we could do let else here to get the value. But I think I'm going to just do it down here like this. And then I'll expect, should have already checked to see if holding was full. Cool. So let, I guess we don't need to let here. What do we need to do to this entity? We need to oh, perfect. Remove parent also removes children. So that's great for us. And then we can insert the force that we want to throw it with. We want rigid body dynamic. And probably also, I don't know what force is going to be, but it'll be there. Suggestion, try to add the class tag gravity gun for the tools or items if you will add them in the future, and they will make the bool of far raycast distance in true. Add the class tag gravity gun for tools or items. And they can be, yeah. So if you're holding a tool and then you could potentially gravity gun something or raycast something if you're like holding a clicker or something like that. Yeah. For right now, I'm just working on picking stuff up right next to you. But definitely, we can definitely do items later. Avian, docs.rs, avian 3D, last version. Force is the wrong, I don't know why my brain is like very much locked into the word force, and it's not force, it is impulse. I think we want an impulse. By default, the force persists across frames. I don't think that's what we want, actually. An external impulse applied instantly to a dynamic rigid body, world space, cleared every frame. This is what we want. External impulse. And for the moment, I don't really care which direction we throw it in. We're just going to throw it. In this case, I think it's going to go straight up. And we don't need to do this children thing because removing the parent already works there. And we don't need to do the transforms because we don't actually need to access any of that. And the held item needs to be in our systems. I think this is gameplay logic, so I'm going to put it in a fixed update. So right now we're using the same interact button we used to pick up to throw. Because you said the player can take the box from any distance. Yeah, so we're going to cut down this raycast. The red line is the raycast, but we will cut that down at some point to being much shorter. Yeah, but for right now, you could be like way over here and like pick up that box. Already holding something. No, I'm not. I didn't clear holding. I need to clear holding. So once we've done that, holding. Why does that need to be? Oh, I feel I feel like the dereferences are getting a little bit high. Okay, so pick it up, throw it. I know that was a great throw. Pick it up, throw it. Pick it up, throw it. Pick it up, throw it. It's more of a drop, but let's see. External impulse, new. Let's do Vec 3. Well, we want the player facing direction, right? Is that a dereference of a dereference of a dereference? Yes. Basically, so what's happening here, we can actually talk about this. So if I set T to holding and I let T to dereference holding and T3 double dereference holding and T4 triple dereference holding, then we see all of the types here, right? So we have what is a single. So if we look at our query, right, we have single for this query for a holding component that is also on an entity with a player component. If we dereference that, we get the underlying query results. In this case, it's just a mutable component. So it's a mutable reference to holding. So that's what T2 has. If we want to get the thing inside of that, then we can dereference again and get down to the holding itself. And if we want the value inside of holding, I implemented somewhere in here. Where am I going to find it? I implemented deref and deref mute for holding. This is Bevy provided infrastructure so that I can actually do some additional derefs here. And what we end up with is, I'm not good at scrolling with one hand, is that we can dereference the query, dereference the mutable, dereference holding itself, all the way down to the option. So this is what's going on here. So we have other options, right? If we do holding, right, which is mutable, and we do .0, then it breaks. Why does it break? Oh, because I need to do the dereference on holding. Right. So if we do holding.0, we get that option. Right. So in this case, holding is this query. If we dereference the query and then do .0, we'll actually go through this and get the option. So there's multiple ways to basically do the access for the fields that we want. I just find it funny that we have a triple dereference here effectively to get to the value that we want. Okay, so the player facing direction rotated a bit around the player left to right direction. So we've got dynamic, we've got external. I want this to go in the forward direction. So we have mute holding. And transform. And then that changes how we have to handle this. So we can definitely do transform holding equals query. I guess I'll rename this. And because this is a struct and I want to dereference it, I'm just going to use into inner to get that inner query instead of dereferencing. So now we have transform and holding. And down here, this doesn't make sense anymore. Because holding down here is now the mute holding. So if we dereference that, we get holding. If we dereference that, we get the option. So we could double dereference this theoretically. And then we'll come up with a mutability issue because I didn't write mute here. And this is fine. So now we have a double dereference. So to get the thing, we need to do transform dot. And I feel like I want to raise this a little bit too. I don't want to do anything terribly complicated. Forward is a dir3.asvec3 dot with y5. So theoretically, this should throw forward with a y upward, assuming I did that correctly. There might be something wrong with it after. Let's do this like times 10, 1, 10. We're also using the same key for pickup and throw. So that's why we're seeing some of these behave in that way. Unfortunately, the boxes sink through the floor after we throw them. Why? I don't know. Also big question about what that cross is. What is that cross? It's rotating around that cross. This feature is perfect. No bugs at all. Not a single bug. Working great. Definitely no issues here. Definitely not. Same physics engine as PUBG. Yeah, you think that's the origin? The origin is moving? Why is the origin moving? That's weird, right? So when we unparent this, what is the issue? When we unparent this, I guess let's start with checking Bevy Inspector eGUI. So let's pick this up and we will throw this, and this becomes this. And is there like an anchor on here? Is there a... It's coming to get us. Oh no. What is causing that? Linear velocity, position, rotation, transform, previous, rigid body rotation. Maybe you're starting from 1, but the array ignores 0. What do you mean by the array? I don't think we're doing any array access, right? You would guess because not enough simulation steps by seconds is the cause of the crate going through the ground. Yeah, CCD. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm less concerned about the crate going through the ground at the moment, and I'm more concerned with the reparenting impact. It's still just going. Maybe that should be an enemy. We'll just have an enemy that rolls like forward like a box like that. It's just going around in a circle. Okay, so in the level, we have more of these boxes. Right, so we've got a crate right here. And what is different about this crate compared to the other crate? Rotation, time sleeping, global transform, computed mass, collider transform. I wonder if there's something that I need to add that I didn't add. Am I trying to make the spawner on the box? Am I trying to make the spawner on the box? I don't know that I understand the question. Oh, interesting note. We're changing the place the rigid body is. I think we're changing the place where the rigid body is. I think the rigid body for this, right? Children, crate, collider. I guess rigid body is here, right? That is on crate. So we're good there. So if we open crate 2 here, this should have the rigid body, which it does, which is dynamic. What is going on there? I can't think of what's going on there. External impulse is still there. True, but it is at 0. I don't think it should remove it. I think it should reduce it to 0. I think is the correct thing. Because it's on the other ones too, right? So if I raise this maybe. See, I can bump it up. I can make the box go in the air by setting an impulse. Which is very funny. So this happens, right? And then when we throw it, it gains a new... It gains something new. I guess this is... Trying to look at these other boxes. It does have things sticking out the edge, so that could be the same thing, right? Is something about the collider in the wrong spot? And why would it be in the wrong spot, if so? After you tweak some settings, do you then hard code those values? That is, if you're satisfied with it. Ideally, what I do is I stick anything that would be configured in a resource. Then I can modify it in the world inspector, and then I'll use those as the starting values. So they would be hard-coded but configurable. Yeah, the origin shifts after throwing. That does seem like what it is, but like why is kind of what I'm getting at here. So we've got the entity, right? We found the hold. Actually, we don't need this. We have the entity that's being held. We remove the parent. We insert the rigid body dynamic in the external impulse. And the question is, why does the origin move? Oh, you know what I'm doing? I'm multiplying here. Is that relevant? Is external impulse doing something weird? That would be really weird though, right? Yeah, external impulse is not the issue. Yeah, transform forward as vec3 with y. This shouldn't be mutating it. And also, we don't even have mutable access to it, which is one of the really nice things about Rust. We don't have mutable access, therefore it cannot be changing. we don't have the ability to change transform there. So in this function, I know that it is not changing transform, even without knowing what any of these functions do. We can like do something like this, like with Y15 and see if that changes the positioning. It would be really weird if that were true, because also this isn't the transform itself. I think it has to do with something about this parent removal. See what remove parent does. It's weird though, right? Removes the parent and removes the parent. Comment 557. You mean the dynamic body? I'm open for anything at this point, honestly. Feels very weird that this is happening. Yeet. Well, huh. Why is the collider still there? That's sending everything to the origin currently, isn't it? Huh. Why is it sending everything to the origin if it doesn't have the dynamic body on it? I guess that's because the external impulse doesn't work on the... Let's just get rid of this whole thing. That's weird, right? Just removing the parent doesn't change the collider. Huh. I feels weird. Feels very weird. The 000 origin. Do I need to give it... Do I need to give it the position that it's currently at as a transform? Because remove parent probably doesn't handle anything special, right? Probably just removes parent. Commands Q, remove parent. Yeah. Yeah, world entity mute, remove parent, fine, Q. Yeah, I think that this is just removing the parent. So our transform is then at 0, right? So we need the... We need the transform of that cube relative to... We need the global transform of the cube, of the entity. Right, so here we have... Let's do this. Let's do let entity equals dot holding, and then we do the expect. So we only have to do this once. So if we have holding, let's do a query for transforms. Oh, this is transform and holding with player. So let's do query transform. And this will be not transform, sorry, global transform. Global transform is what we want. Local? Global. Global transform. So let transform equal transforms dot get entity dot expect to have a transform. So this should be a global transform. Should make this error message correct. So transform. So commands dot entity, right? And then we take this entity and we remove the parent. And when we do this insertion, we also add transform the trait from Bevy prelude global transform is not implemented. Why can we not do global transform to transform? That feels really weird. Let's see. From what entity you're pointing to and holding the crate? You think the collider is still there because of the static rigid body that was added when picking and never removed when throwing? We don't have the static there anymore. The static is not there. Let's see. Docs, Bevy. Global transform. Translation, transform points. Compute transform. Feels like an oddly named function. I feel like I should be able to go from, hang on, there was a warning, I think. No, there's nothing here that matters. Okay, so now we have this, and now we can throw, still the origin issue. What is that? What is happening there? There's no origin, or there's no like anchor on these, right? There's no children collider, collider ABB, collider transform, collider parent, mass, force, impulse, torque, angular inertia, transform, position, previous rotation, rigid body, rotation. Transform. I don't see anything that would be on this. Yeah, wrong axis for sure. That was just a test though. Like, I don't think we actually need this. Right? Because like this, well, now it goes in the wrong direction. Why does it go in the wrong direction now? Why is that a thing? What did I do wrong? Why is it going the wrong direction? Well, hang on. Forward with Y. I didn't change anything that would affect that. Right? Right? I'm overwriting transform. No, I'm not. See? Comment it out. Oh, okay. Thank you. Overwriting. I'm shadowing. That's the term for that is shadowing. Gorax, just for future reference. There we go. I still don't know why we are reorienting the center. Even if that were returning to the origin, that wouldn't be where the center was. Right? Hang on. Let me... Oh, you know what? Actually, let's go into Blender. Go into Library. Go into Create. That's not it. I had an idea, but that's not it. Right? The center of this is that... But actually, does the empty impact the size? That would be really weird. The scale is correct, you see. Yes, I'm getting better. I'm getting better with making sure that my scales are correct, etc. Okay, so we have this collection. It has stuff inside of it. Stuff inside of it seems to be functioning correctly in all other situations. Effectively, what's happening here, right, when we pick this up, is the rigid body gets removed. When we throw it, the rigid body gets added back. But for some reason, when we add the rigid body back, it moves the origin. Which implies to me that the origin is already wrong for some reason, right? Because why would it just randomly do that? Did you export the box with the empty? Yeah. The origin isn't even in the place I would expect it to be if there was a bug with the empty, right? If there was a bug with the empty, for example, I don't know if you can see this empty, but the empty here is orange now, and theoretically it would be below. So if the center was going to reorient itself, it's effectively going out the Blender Z-axis or our Bevy Y-axis, right? Which feels really strange. So there's got to be something wrong, right? Right, so we've got create cube and hold point. Hold point has a transform. Create cube has its own transform. Obviously, the transform here is just terribly increasing forever. The collider is on this crate. I'm almost convinced this is a bug. Right? I'm almost convinced this is a bug. I'm almost convinced we should do the update and see if it fixes itself. It would take a little bit of time to compile. And we would theoretically get off of try to reset the project. What do you mean by reset the project? If you're used to something that is more heavyweight and opaque, like Unity, there is no like saved state somewhere. The only place that could possibly be true is inside of Blender, which defines the places for everything here. There is no like, how do I say this? There's no like hidden state. Turn it on and off again. So if name starts with crate dot or name is crate, that gives us all of the crates. And we insert a rigid body dynamic and a collider cube. And when we are doing the holding stuff, we are changing the transform. This transform shouldn't really affect that though. I feel like it would feel very weird for this transform to be affecting this. But maybe I debug that out when we throw it. So we have transforms here. This is global transform. So let's get just transform. And let's get this and not overwrite it this time. I'm just going to call this T. And we're going to update our error message and we're going to debug T when we throw it. Or I guess right before we throw it. And this is 0.5 up, which is not enough to cause the issue. The parent. The hit entity should be, well, because we're doing the entity insertion, I know the entity, like the rigid body dynamic, is getting inserted on the right component or the right entity. Because the hit entity for the cubes, we add the rigid body and the collider to the parent collection effectively. In some engines, that's a real solution. Yeah. There's no like hidden state somewhere that got cached. Not for this anyway. The only place that state could live is in Blender. And because it works the first time and not the second time, it's got to be something changing. You think I've picked the wrong transform here? This transform is the hit entity transform. So I mean, I can do commands dot entity hit dot entity dot log components. We can do a little bit of debugging here. Let's do that before everything else. And then let's do it again when we throw. Right. Might have to make this a little bit smaller to see all that output. It's going to be, if we do this correctly, it's going to be quite a bit of output. So we are in game. We have picked one up. And thrown it. Nope, not thrown it because I'm not clicked in on the game. Thrown it. So with that information, we have this list of components. Transform, global transform, visibilities, rigid bodies. Looking for collider. Collider is here, etc. Right? This is entity 41v1. This is also entity 41v1. So we know. We know that this is the right one. Because we're not deleting and spawning the entity. This is the same entity. Ooh, there's a collider transform here. I don't think I've seen that before. Let's not open Emacs for no reason. This is collider transforms. The collider isn't in the wrong position though. Okay, I'm going to do that. We're going to have collider transforms here. That and this should also go here. Where do we have the log? We have the log here. Hit entity, cargo run. Where in the code are you using the object in the throw function? Try to take one more box after the throw. Okay. Pick it up. Throw it. Just going to look at the output before I do that. So this is collider transform 0, 0, 0. Collider transform 0, 1.20. I don't know where that's coming from. That's the issue, though. I have no idea where that's coming from. So this is a collider transform then, right? And let's do collider transform dot translation. Oh, right. Let's or expect this. Dot translation dot y equals 0. And this is because we have a shared reference to the thing and I'm not cloning it. So if we clone it, we get a copy of it. We can modify the value. Then this collider transform is new. And theoretically, inserting that component would fix it. This feels like a hack, honestly. I don't know why it's doing that in the first place. Throw that. Hey, look, it's a box. Now, there's still some issues with it, like hitting the plane and sleeping and whatever. But that is like much more reasonable. We fixed that. It interestingly, we might have to reset the collider transform. Because if I pick it up, it's rotating, right? And then when we throw it, the collider transform is persisting. What is that? That's weird. How do we... I wonder if we should just remove the collider here and re-add it. So you were wrong, but by luck, the log you introduced to show me I was wrong guided you the right way. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the process, right? It doesn't need to be the right answer. If it's on the path to getting the right answer, then it's helpful, you know? I think that when we talked about mob programming earlier, right? Like that is kind of what's happening here. I'm driving and people in chat are being like, oh, what about this? What about that? And that's one of the kind of useful things, right? That interaction is useful. So don't feel bad if you say something that you think might be true and it's wrong. You do not have to apologize for that. So commands entity remove parent. Do we just get the collider for this too then? Right, we have the entity. I feel like anything we're doing here is kind of hacky. So like if we get colliders, collider transform is the issue for whatever reason. But let's do commands.entity, or not end, sorry, that's the wrong thing. Colliders.get entity.unwrap, because I'm being lazy at the end of the stream. Then we have a collider. Let's clone this so we have a new collider. Let's not use collider transform and let's put collider here. So for a very brief moment in time, this is removed and re-added. And then does that solve the... No, that brings back the issue, actually. And not just that, but it doesn't get rid of the other issue. So those components don't come away. Oh, right. No, I need to do the remove. Dot remove collider. Right? We need to remove parent, remove collider, reinsert the collider. And then I hope that this collider has required components on it. We can go check. It does not seem to be doing what I wanted it to do. Removing rigid body might affect the center of mass, so re-adding collider should recompute the center of mass. Yeah, I don't know what the right... Oh, reparented do is cool. I don't know what the right... If we look at the avian docs, is there a piece of documentation that pan orbit, sampling... We don't have the avian docs up. Avian 3D. This is... There is continuous collision detection, so we can enable that at some point. Temporarily disabling a rigid body. Oh, we don't want the... We're not on 0.2 yet. Mass properties, movement, creating rigid bodies, dynamics. Let's get rid of that other piece of documentation. Creation, friction, restitution, collider constructor, joints, constraints, spatial queries. There's so much to this, great. Physics, time steps and speeds. Server usage, pausing physics, this would be the only other place we can see it. Plugins, solver sleeping, tunneling, performance. There doesn't seem to be a piece of documentation about what you should do in that case. Oh, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, I am being very silly. We are using master, or main. We're using the main branch. Why would I... Why would I not just try this? Right? Rigid body disabled. And then here, instead of this fantastical collection of stuff, We remove rigid body disabled. And we insert the impulse. If you pasted a link into YouTube chat, it didn't make it. Okay, so now that is going over there. So now we need to set the transform. Because it's going to 0, 0, 0. Yeah, YouTube auto removes links, so they don't even show up like in mod logs or anything. So there's no way for me to view that if you sent an actual link. Transforms, get entity. Let's do this again. Let's do this. Put it in the right place, hopefully. This is transform holding. This is global transform. So we yeet that, and then we can yeet that again, and we can yeet that again, and then it is a problem that once it's moving that direction, it like retains some of that momentum for some reason. Right? If I throw it this way, it should go leftish. Yeah. So it's retaining some momentum. Do we start with velocity 0? Win. So far, so good with the current implementation. So we throw this way, right? Grab that before it stops, and then I throw it this way, and it goes that way. Throw it this way, it goes that way. Looks good to me. We now have throwing. I think that the other thing is that we should probably add player movement into the throw so that it doesn't just like disconnect. And let's get rid of all of this other stuff. I guess global transform. And then the impulse then is what gets the player. What is the current speed of the player? How do we determine the current speed of the player? Or velocity where you look at with the player? Yes. That is also already what we're doing. So if we run this, right, and I pick this up, player's looking that way and throws. Player's looking that way and throws. Like it already goes where the player's looking. The issue is if we're moving left, then I don't know if that's actually yeah, it just goes straight. Like it just doink, and it's not moving to the left at all. So we need to add the player velocity to our impulse, right? Or I guess the linear velocity of the player can get initialized here, and then the impulse can also be there. I don't think player has linear velocity. I guess it might. Let's find out. We are absolutely letting. Yes, it is. It is there. Good call. Nice. Good call. So let's do transform holding linear velocity. And then why is that an issue? Oh, because what did I do there? Global transforms. And then we'll do global transforms. Globals transforms, global transforms. And then linear velocity here is going to start with the player velocity, not just some random. Do you want to have the player edit with it? It could make weird some things like walking backward and throwing forward. It could make some things weird, but I think it is more like I want that to happen for sure, right? And it'll still go forward, but it doesn't go right. And I like that. I like that it goes that direction because then I can like, when I'm moving my character, I can throw it. And it going forward takes with the velocity that I am doing. So if I wanted to throw it like this way, I would have to look that way and throw it that way. So I think that this is good for now. I think this is a good first implementation, right? Like this is legitimately the very first successful implementation, I'll call it, of throwing. So I think we need to start doing some additional stuff for sure. Boom, the crate blows up. We need to do some additional stuff. There's things to do next week. I think we got the general vibe of the character controller camera. We got all throwing stuff working, including debugging some of the stuff that was going on, which is very fun. I feel like the player moves maybe a little bit slowly considering everything that's at play, but maybe not. I don't know. This works if we're jumping, right? So if we're jumping. Physics. Okay, I'm happy with that. That's going to be the stream for today. I usually go until about 12. It's a little after 12. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out, for joining. Thank you for all the suggestions. And I will see you next weekend if you're back for the stream. I think next weekend is still valid, right? The holidays are like in the middle of the week. Yeah, so I should be back for stream on the 28th. If I cancel it, I'll send a message out. But thank you for hanging out, everybody. I will get back to Advent of Code for the next couple days. And then This Week in Bevy should come out on Monday. Holiday version. Have a great week, y'all.